Testing, testing. Africa, ulelelena. Africa, Africa, oh yeah, ulelelena. Africa, oh ah, oh ah. Africa, oh ah, oh ah. Ooh, Africa, Africa, yeah, lele, ulelele na. Yo, Africa, welele, ulelele na. Africa, oh ah, oh ah. Africa, oh ah, oh ah. Zongi zizwe zokuka Kubi kubi mato, kubi kubi kwa manyama toto. Oh haya, oh haya, oh haya, oh haya. Vugani matota yakali guzemnya. Kubi kubi matota, kubi kubi kwa manyama toto. Oh haya, oh haya, oh haya. Oh, ooh, yelele, yo, yelele, oh, yelele, oh, oh, yo, yelele, 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 oh, yo, oh, ala, oh, yo, oh, ala, yo, yo. Thank you.
One, two, yep. Two.
Thank you very much, choir. Can I now please invite Herigwala High School to join the choir in the singing of the national anthem? so that we can officially say we are grounded here in this space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, it is indeed a great joy and a privilege for me to lead us this morning in prayer. As we collect our minds and our hearts, let us listen to the word of God as it is written in the book of Acts, chapter 2. I'll commence reading from verse 1. The Holy Spirit comes at Pentecost. When the day of Pentecost came, they were all together in one place. Suddenly, a sound like a blowing of a violent wind came from heaven and filled the whole house where they were sitting. They saw that which seemed to be tongues of fire that separated and came to rest on each of them. All of them were filled with the Holy Spirit, and they began to speak in other languages as the Spirit enabled them. Now they were staying there in Jerusalem, God-fearing Jews from every nation under heaven. When they heard the sound, a crowd came together in bewilderment, because each one heard their own language being spoken. Utterly amazed, they asked, "Aren't all these who are speaking Galileans? Then how is it that each of us hears them in our own native languages?" Friends, this is the word of God, and thanks be to God. As we gather today under the theme, Language, Our Freedom, we remember those who were before us, those who sacrificed their lives, and those who contributed in the events of 1976. We do not only remember them, but we also gather to reflect on what may be our own contribution in the present time. In response to the dire need of African literature, the late Ngugi wa Thiong'o wrote a book entitled Decolonizing the Mind. In this book, Ngugi wa Thiong'o argues, I quote, "We, African writers, are bound by our calling to do for our languages what all writers in the world history have done for their own languages, by meeting the challenge of creating a literature in our own languages." The story we have read in the second chapter of the book of Acts is exactly what Ngugi is talking about. We see a crowd of Jewish people gathered in Jerusalem. These people had come and traveled from different parts of the world to celebrate the Feast of Pentecost. As we also gather on this day to remember the events of 1976 and to celebrate the lives and contribution of those who participated in these events. It was at Pentecost, dear friends, where the author of this book of Acts says the Spirit of God descended upon those who were gathered and enabled them to speak in other tongues or to speak in other languages. And now here is an important thing for us to take home. For a very long time, the gospel was taught in Aramaic, the language which Jesus spoke and the language in which was understood by people who lived in and around Jerusalem. But at Pentecost, it was different. The people gathered here were not only from Jerusalem, but were people from different parts of the world. Therefore, it was impossible to reach all these nations and peoples in Aramaic language. We are told that the Spirit which descended upon them enabled them to speak in other languages. And from this, we learn that for the gospel to reach other parts of the world, transformation of language was needed. And so I submit that a system of education that recognizes one and refuses to embrace the other languages, that system of education is bound to fail its recipients. Secondly, we are told that those who heard their languages being spoken were amazed and asked, "And all of these who are speaking Galileans, then how is it that each of us can hear them in our own native languages?" For many years, people traveled from different parts of the world to attend the Feast of Pentecost at Jerusalem. But however, they would be present physically in terms of their bodies, but their minds would be absent because they could not understand the Aramaic language that was spoken by those who addressed them. Even in our classrooms, they are full of students who are present in terms of their bodies, but their minds are absent because what may be taught to them and in the language in which it is delivered, it may be abstract. Because language carries not only the words, but the language carries within itself the cultural meaning and practical daily life experiences of those who speak and own the language. And so we are told that it was only when their languages were spoken at Pentecost that the absent-minded crowd was awakened. Because when one's language is spoken, it raises a sense of confidence in them. And so we pray for an embracing system of education where it is which is able to instruct the minds and hearts of students in ways in which they could understand. A system of education which invokes confidence to the low esteem, self-esteem student because it speaks in a way in which it is understandable and relevant to them. And lastly, as we reflect on language as freedom, as we speak and reflect about the inclusion of our African languages, the inclusion of African languages exposes the need for development also in these languages. An example, I am writing a dissertation on the contribution of a man called Simon Kubule in his recognition of a dire need of African Christian literature. He took a decision to write theological books in isiXhosa language. He then writes a book, Umnqamlezo kaKristu, the cross of Jesus Christ. And then in this book, I noticed that he had a struggle of writing when some of the themes he was writing about did not exist in isiXhosa language. For example, when you speak about the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, the word crucifixion does not exist in isiXhosa vocabulary because it is an inhuman act that was not there in our African languages and in our African communities. So there is a gap when he writes this theological book, that there are words that do not exist in his own language. So it is only when we bring these languages, our languages, in the center, that we notice the gaps in terms of terminologies and the need for development of these important languages. And so in conclusion, it is Ludwig Wittgenstein, an Austrian philosopher, who says, "The limitation of my language means the limitation of my world." And so may the spirit of Pentecost, which enabled the apostles to reach to people in their native languages for transformation, may that spirit be upon you. Ize leyamini wehlangayo umoya oyingcwele iphindwe apha kuni. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And now we will light this candle, which is before me, as we remember the lives of those who sacrificed themselves for the struggle in 1976. And now as we light this candle, Peter Story, a Methodist theologian, writes a book which is an autobiography, I Beg to Differ. In this book, he tells the story of his own struggle as a white man in the struggle of liberation in South Africa. But what is important and what is relevant is what he says in the preface of the book about the light of a candle. He says, the light of a candle is a form of resistance, as we remember the lives of those who were involved in the struggle of resistance. He says, in a dark room, when you light a candle, the light of the candle sends a strong message to darkness. A message that says, I beg to differ. And therefore, then the light of a candle in a dark room becomes a form of resistance. The light of a candle then symbolizes that which refuses to conform to darkness. And so when we light this candle, we are not only symbolizing the presence of God in our midst, but also we are saying we beg to differ, and we light this candle to symbolize a form of our own resistance as we raise our own voices today. Light this candle to symbolize that we do not conform in what it seems as the status quo, but we vouch to bring our own voices in the center. And so we light this candle in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and the name of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Enkosi, Reverend Dlamini. May I ask Umbalenhle? Can you come forward? Thank you. So, while Mbalenhle is coming to the stage, I would like to acknowledge the people that made it possible for us to be here because they're in the room. And I was so excited to see young people that I forgot to also say. We have representatives in the room from the Department of Basic Education, from the University of the Western Cape who are hosting us today. We have Kagiso Trust. We have Room to Read, Nalibali, Funda Wande, Primary Science Program, TACA, Multi-Choice, Macmillan Education, the Trevor Noah Foundation, and Contralesa. Thank you very much for being here and gracing us with your presence and making this day possible. Umbalenhle is going to read a poem for us. Please give her all the support you can. Enkosi kakhulu Mbalenhle. Dr. Mbude, I think Zapa. Wow, thank you, Sisi. I would like to then invite Professor Matiti Madiba to give us opening remarks and a welcome. I did mention that we are in her house today. Professor Madiba is a member of the University of the Western Cape Executive Team, where she holds the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Development and Support. She also holds the position of Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, Business and Science Education Cluster. She was previously the Deputy Director of Education, Innovation and thereafter Director of Student Affairs at the University of Pretoria. There's a lot more I could say about her, but I would like to give it over to her to welcome us today.
Tobela, good morning, Molweni. It is such a pleasure to be in this space, but let me observe protocol the best that I know. Bageshu ba ba rategang, le amogelegile. If you missed that, I'm saying a hearty welcome to all of you who are here. When I hear those screams of appreciation at the end of the items that have gone by, including the renditions of the choir, and when I hear these voices, I feel like the energy, the youthful energy is spreading, and the gray hair that I have is turning black. So I know I have to spend more time in this company. Thank you so much for joining us here at the University of the Western Cape. We are so glad that you defied the elements. It's, cold and rainy, but you chose to be here. And for today, the rest of the day, we want you to be at home. But I must say, it's not just for today. We want you to know this is your university. Sitting over there, I am confident that I'm talking to the next professors, to the next scientists, to the next UWC Vice Chancellor, and all the Deputy Vice Chancellors. So I'm talking to the right people, and I am thankful that you are here. We are here to talk about mother tongue and to carry forth the struggle that our young people did in 1976. It is such a pity that our languages, our first languages, our home languages, our mother tongue, have been despised over time. And we mustn't make this mistake to join in those false narratives that undermine our languages. Because your first language, your mother tongue, for the fact that you were able to acquire it and be able to be fluent in your mother tongue, it is a sign, a mark, an evidence of your intelligence. We know that learning a language doesn't come cheap. We don't teach it like we teach it at school or at varsity. You listen, you are, consumed in the activity of the language, but it is that supercomputer that you have that extracts the patterns, the structure, the rules of grammar, and then you are able to use the language. You can only do that because, indeed, you are super intelligent. But we know that later we find a way of throwing it on ourselves to make ourselves believe we are not good enough. The mother tongue, the first language, I can't emphasize it enough, it is your badge of honor to say to you, you are that intelligent. By the way, scientifically, the patterns that are there in our languages, those patterns that we decipher and learn on our own, are also the basic patterns that make subjects like mathematics. So the next time you doubt, your capacity to learn mathematics, remind yourselves, you have mastered your first language, your badge of honor, that you are intelligent. I can go on the whole day and talk about the value of the mother tongue, because not just to me, to all of us, it also gives us a sense of belonging, of community. I know that I'm alone. And it is always so assuring that when you are wherever and you find somebody who speaks your language, especially in a place where you don't expect, you know you are not alone. That sense of belonging, that is what our first languages do to us. They also provide us access to our cultures, to our inheritance. Okay. I said I can be tempted to go on for the whole day to talk about the mother tongue, our first languages, which are badges of our own intelligence. So if anybody is going to underline your intelligence, remind them you are wearing this badge proudly so that you have mastered your first language, and that is evidence that you are intelligent enough, and nothing should ever push you away from pursuing for more. That is why you visited us today here at UWC. It is your place of growth, and I hope that you will seize every opportunity. I have these wonderful people who are surrounding me, and they are exploiting the opportunities of growth through UWC. And I just want to give each one of them 30 seconds. Believe me, they're not going to take long, just to tell you what they are studying, and many of them are around. During lunch or whatever time, you can grab their jackets and ask, so that you get more about what it means to keep on growing and to make sure that that badge of intelligence that you're wearing is challenged into far much more growth. That is what a university does for you. You are definitely heartily welcomed. Please take your 30 seconds.
Dumelang. Nna ke nna Boipelo Nomga. I am the chairperson of the arts faculty here at UWC. So basically here we have a broad variety of faculties to choose from with programs that are going to accommodate everyone. There at the back, I think they can wait for you, are my colleagues from all the 7 faculties. So if at any point during today you have any questions that you'd like to pose to them, they're available. We're going to be here the whole day. So in UWC, we have the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Community and Health Services, Dentistry, Natural Science, EMS, Education, and the honorable mention to the arts. So I would like to encourage most of you guys here to consider the arts faculty, because you shouldn't be misled by the societal judgments. Arts and humanities is not about drawing. It's not about all those things that you guys pray here about. We are here today because of the arts faculty. We're here because of the multilingualism that we're exposed to in our societies. And in our arts faculty, we also have linguistics as something that you can explore. So I would like to come here to also encourage you to join our faculty. And also, with leaving you guys, I'd like to say that our history is linked to us. We are shaped by where we come from, and that's why we're gathered here today. Because those students who are marching this very day in 1976 are a representation of us. So I pray that we can continue that legacy and cling on to our histories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our high schoolers in the room, please take this opportunity to talk to them about what the future might be for you. I would like to invite Dr. Naledi Mbude Mehana. Oh, am I kidding? Oh, I'm so sorry. We have a special message. I almost forgot about it. The Minister of Basic Education was not able to be with us today, the Honorable Siviwe Khwarube, but she has a message for all of us that we will play on the video before we continue with the event. Thank you very much.
Molweni igama lam ndinguSiviwe Khwarube, umphathiswa wezemfundo apha eMzantsi Afrika. First of all, I want sincerest apologies for not being able to join you all today. University of Western Cape, my actual alma mater, where I did my honors degree. Unfortunately, I've been called to Potchefstroom to participate in the National Youth Day celebrations that are being hosted by the President Cyril Ramaphosa. The theme that you have chosen today that says my language, my freedom could not be more apt, particularly when we look at our history as a country, when we think about 1976, the youth of 1976, and what it is in essence that they were fighting for. They were not just fighting for their ability to be able to be taught in a language of their choosing, but they were fighting for their freedom, they were fighting for their right to be heard, and they were fighting for their rightful place in a political space in South Africa. And so you can see that language is not just an expression of a tool of communication, but really goes to the essence of who we are, where we come from, and that's why we must really, really treasure our language as not only a heritage, but also as a learning tool. We know that in South Africa, children who are taught in their mother tongue from a much earlier age, right in the foundations of learning, have a far greater chance of being able to grasp difficult concepts, and they're able to take on different languages. They're able to grasp difficult and complex subjects like maths and science and accounting further on in their studies. And so the issue around language and language use is not just about just national pride or individual pride. It's also very critical in us being able to resolve our literacy crisis in South Africa. And so this is why the 7th administration under the Government of National Unity has decided that mother tongue based bilingual education is one of our key priorities in being able to utilize that strategy and that policy imperative to really improve literacy, because we believe that abantwana bakwazi ufunda bafundiswe ngolwimi lwabo lasekhaya baye bakwazi ukuqhuba kakuhle esikolweni kwiminyaka ezayo. Yolonto ke sizimisele into yobana this is going to be our priority for the 7th administration. And so really I want to encourage you, and I want to say that I wish to be there with you, and I really wish that you may have fruitful engagements and deliberations, and I really look forward to being able to read the report from your deliberations from Dr. Mbude Meana. But I want to assure you from the Department of Basic Education that we stand behind you, and that really it is your language, it is your freedom, but it's more than just that. It's also an ability to be able to learn and read for meaning and thrive for all our children in South Africa in their various languages, in their beautiful languages. Ndiyabulela.
Nimvela uthini Minister? So now I would like to invite Dr. Mbude Meana to come to the stage. Dr. Mbude did not want me to go through her bio, but I will do a little bit because I think it needs to be said. The reason we have mother tongue-based bilingual education is because of her. So I think we need to acknowledge her. Dr. Mbude Meana was born here in Cape Town. I didn't even know that until today. She qualified as an educator in 1994, the year South Africa gained its freedom. She is a multilingual education specialist with a special interest in literacy and language in education, policy, and planning. She pioneered the establishment of the language unit in the Eastern Cape in 2010. She piloted mother tongue-based bilingual education in Tsofimvaba in 2012, and also designed the first bilingual grade 12 trial examinations in South Africa for isiXhosa and Sesotho quintile 1 to 3 learners in 4 subjects. Fast forward to now, the current DBE mother tongue-based bilingual education and mother tongue-based reading literacy implementation is headed by her. She is the Deputy Director General for Transformation Programs at the Department of Basic Education. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good morning. I hope it's still morning. Good day to everyone. Molweni bethuni. Umfundisi wami ndibulisile. Balekile umfundisi. Enkosi. Thank you very much. I want to greet particularly our special guests today, who are our learners. Molweni bafundi. Molweni bafundi. Good day to learners. Is that still more? Away. I want to stand on the protocol that has already been established by our chair and our MC, Usis Pumi, Wakwafunda Wande. And just before I start, I quickly want to acknowledge our partners. Professor Matete, thank you very much for welcoming us to the University of the Western Cape, our collaborator. I want to thank all the collaborators to this event, Ndiyabulela Betunan Kakulu, our leaders from our communities who have filled this hall with Abantwana Besikolo. We wanted to have a discussion that includes all levels of society. I'm really happy that we have young people amongst us today. Usis Pumi had already mentioned the different collaborators, but I really want to also extend my gratitude to MultiChoice that has made it possible, together with all our partners, that this event is what it is today. The Minister of Basic Education, as you saw, giving you a message, Betuna Nisibulele kakhulu ku Minister wetu, officials of the department who are amongst us both from Pretoria and the province, I see you, and SGB formations, I see leaders of school governing body associations from these different schools in the Western Cape, Bishop Levis, Blue Downs, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Langa, Molweni. Very important for me to do now is the purpose of why we are here. Kutheni silapha? Andiyazi ba ikwayari yakwazi umcula na ube kutheni ze sibe lapha. Sicela unobangela. Abantu bekhwaya bakwazi ucula ne? Ayinamsebenzi, si late. Ndiyathanda, when we are about to start, there are people going up and down, colleagues. Ndicela utishara bethu basincedise ngabantwana and our RCL leaders, just to help us for the learners to settle down. Abafundi mos bayayazi bana sishaya sihlala phansi sishaya umthetho ne? Inkosi. I-Department of Education is bringing this dialogue to this community as a Western Cape because of two reasons. One, isizathu sokuqala, is that in 1953, because of the recommendations of the Iceland Commission that was put together by the Bantu Education, by the National Party government, we had Bantu Education for abantu abamnyama. And I'm going to trans-language because I want all and everyone ukuthi andive ukuba ndithini na. Bantu Education Act was enacted in 1953 with effect from January 1, 1954. The students that died today in 1976, there was a history to 1976. It was because of the 1974 Afrikaans Medium Decree. Ibisithini Afrikaans Medium Decree. The recommendations of the Iceland Commission said, izikolo zabantu abamnyama zithanda uthatha English and not Afrikaans. And after the English and the Afrikaners clashed, the Anglo-Boer War of 1899 and 1902, aluza amabhulu. There was a policy which is called the Anglicization policy of Lord Milner, where Lord Milner said, because we have won the war as the English, everything shall be English from that point onwards. It's called the Anglicization policy of Lord Milner. And it is that policy that when that commission, Iceland, put together their recommendations, one of the recommendations that they had, bathi, abantu abamnyama bathanda isiNgesi. Masiqinisekise ke ngokubana 50% of the curriculum is in English and the other 50% is in Afrikaans. Bashare ke ne-religious education for the African languages. Now you'll remember ke, when Bantu education was enacted in 1954, the work of the Iceland Commission ended in 1951 and a report was given out. Now it is that report then that began the catalytic activities that happened afterwards, because there were so many other things that I will not go to as I just quickly do my purpose of today. Students at the time knew that adults had tried, abantu abadala tried to protest against Bantu education. Various teacher organizations had tried. Youth movements had tried to protest against Bantu education. But the crisis came in 1974. And in 1974, a decree eyayisenziwa ngubhota. When the Deputy Minister of Education was asked whether you have consulted black people about this 50-50 decree where general science and mathematics were going to be done in Afrikaans and history and geography being English, and then African languages then the only religious education, kunye nepiti, physical education. He was asked, Ubana, did you consult black people about this? And unfortunately, his answer was, I will not consult them. I don't need to consult them. And that is why today is important. Because this today, what we are doing today, we are trying to get your views about the implementation of mother tongue-based bilingual education. Because you'll remember that when mother tongue education was introduced for black children in 1954, it was never because it was a pedagogical solution. It was because of the Anglo-Boer War, because the African-speaking part felt that there was too much English. Therefore, because we are the ones who are ruling at that time as the white race, let both languages of the white race be in black schools. That is why there was 8 years of mother tongue education. Now, how do we frame mother tongue-based bilingual education in South Africa? Sithethe ngayo, singathethi ngeAbantu education, because Abantu people still connect mother tongue education with Bantu education. So we have a problem because we have a policy, we have a strategic lever of education now being trapped into that history. And that is why, as we are introducing mother tongue-based bilingual education, we converse about it. We hear what your concerns are. Sifuna ukuva niyibona njani lento ye-MTBBE. Ithethwa ngabantu abatsha, parents, school governing body associations, leaders, academics, because all of us now are talking about mother tongue education outside of that period where the problem was the war of 1899 to 1902. It is a different era, and we don't want to behave like Upand, who said, then, I have not consulted black people, I will not consult them. It's important that as we negotiate, sixoxa ngemfundo yabantwana, abantu abazele abantwana, nabantwana abazi recipients and beneficiaries of the system, we converse with them. Sikwazi ukuthi in consultation with them, we can say, izawuthini le nto ukuze ilunge? Because in the system right now, there are only two groups that have access to mother tongue education. It's the Afrikaans speaking group and the English speaking group. For the rest of the majority of children in the system, it only ends in grade 3, if it is mother tongue education. So this is why we are here today, and the purpose of today is to say to you, these students that died in 1976 did not only oppose, one, the issue that black parents had to pay money now for the education of their children, which the other groups were not doing at that time. And number two, they fought against the low quality of education because imfundo ngela xesha yayilungiselelwa nje uba ukwazi uyoqeshwa. They also fought because the issue of language impedes yakuvimbela esikolweni. Abantwana bethu ixesha elininzi bathatha ixesha kuthiwa sonke sibhala iphepha le 2 hours. Lo mnyama usacinga kula 2 hours. Usatolika isingesi kula 2 hours. Kuthi ke nxa iseqale yangathi uyafumana umbuzo angakwazi ugqitha. And xa uqalika ngothi uyabhala iphepha lakho lithathwe. So we need to talk about those things ukuthi how do we ensure ba ngeli xesha si-introduce i-mother tongue based bilingual education, how are we going to put systems in place so that before siyofika kwa grade 12 ngoku kukho i-problem esystemini, we see our kids unable to read for meaning and to write and to count. What does it mean for us? And that is why there's a panel of people that are going to be conversing about that later on. So the purpose of today is that aba bantwana baka 1976 got us our freedom of language in education. This country has a language in education policy that deviates from what happened in 1976. Kodwa, what has happened over these years is that English does the same thing that Afrikaans did in 1976. Silapho ngoku, because ixhomekeke into ibana isingesi sakho singakanani na. And for those children who are struggling with English, as you heard the minister saying, they are unable to move in the system. Kuba ulwimi luyabavalela. Does it mean, therefore, that kuthiwe ngoku akuzufundwa English? No. All children have a right to English. But the important thing is for us to understand what the department means when it speaks about mother tongue-based bilingual education. I will therefore close on the purpose to say all of you are welcome from all sectors of the Western Cape. And now, just before I leave, I want to introduce our keynote address, Honorable Joy Maimela, who will do our keynote address and just quickly highlight points about who she is, uvelaphi, uzotini, and usher her into the stage. And ikwayala, ndiyayicela ingoma mfundisi wam ezobashushu nje yomphakamisa xa ndigqibileyo. Masimameleni ke. Honorable Khomutso Joy Maimela is a member of parliament. She is the national chairperson of the portfolio committee, a basic education, upper kwa national parliament. She is a transformational, multifaceted leader, a seasoned politician, a legislator with governance expertise and solid track record in public administration as chairperson of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee of this administration. Professional experience as a young graduate, her professional career began at a mining sector as chair, lift operator, ensuring swift operations of equipment safely. So, sithetha ngomuntu ovele emgodini. She recently qualified from Manconsa with a BA Honours in Public Administration. Her other qualifications include BA Honours in Development Studies, BA in Governance Administration, NCV Level 4 in Civil Engineering. The embellished achievements demonstrate not only her political cognizance, but her ability to contribute to policy development, institutional policy reviews, and knowledge of strategic planning to to benefit South Africa's best interest. Lastly, Honorable Maimela's participation at the signing ceremony of the Bella Act, Act 32 of 2024, the release of the 2024 historic NCS results of 87.3%, and the recent G20 Education Working Group seminar sets the tone for an undisputable rapport for improvement of the basic education sector and a deep understanding to bring on board robust solutions to address socio-economic challenges. We welcome Honorable Maimela to the stage. Masimkhwabeleni bethu naye.
Halala, Herikwala High School Choir, halala. Thank you very much. Such talent, such talent. Thank you very much, Dr. Mbude, Sis Pumi, and our Bishop in absentia, Professor Madiba, for welcoming us, the esteemed guests, and of course the stakeholders in the basic education sector, SGBs, representing parents, the educators, officials from the department, and various stakeholders that are here today. We were told there's various stakeholders who made this day possible. Good morning to yourselves all, and thank you very much. It's such a great pleasure for us as Parliament to be invited by the department as they have this very important engagement on one of the key framework that we've adopted as this government in the education system. It is a great pleasure, Dr. Mbude, because our relationship with the department as Parliament, it's one of a CC approach. So most of the times when we meet ourselves and the department, we're actually mostly screaming at each other because our role is to hold them accountable. Our role is to play oversight. So we really appreciate that you gave us this opportunity to actually be part of this very important event where you are discussing with the future of this country a very important and having a very important discussion. Now I want to greet the young people differently. 2 years ago, I was myself considered a young person in terms of the constitution of this country. And there is 2 slogans that I learned at a very young age, and those slogans defined my activism throughout my youth days. Now these are the slogans, and I want you to follow as the young people. So when I say the future is, what do you say? No. The future is, you say, bright. The future is bright because you are the future. So when we look at you, we conclude that indeed the future is bright. So the future is? The future is? No, it's not bright. The future must be bright. Don't we believe in ourselves? The future is? The future is? Indeed, the future is very bright. The second slogan that defined my youth activism is this one, very important slogan, and it is in sync with the day we're commemorating today. The slogan is, we are the future. And what do you say? No one can stop us. So I grew up knowing that I am the future and no one can stop us. So I'm going to say, we are the future. You say? We are the future. We are the future. Thank you very much. And that is my way of greeting yourselves. We are invited here to engage in a very important discussion. Our country, South Africa, has evolved over the past 3 centuries with imperialism and colonialism as a defining feature on the lives of black majority for the creation of wealth of Western nations. So when Dr. Mbude gave a background on the 1976 uprising, she was quite spot on. And when I say we are the future, no one can stop us, I mean exactly that. That had it not been for the sacrifices, the efforts of those young learners, it was actually learners in their uniforms in Soweto from school who said, we are not going to sit, we are not going to accept a situation where this medium of instruction was actually introduced to consolidate a system. You know, there are countries in Africa, like Mozambique, where you go, some areas of that country, there is black people who you would expect them to speak Shona, but they speak Portuguese. And that is a legacy of colonialization and how it was consolidated, utilizing, in this instance in South Africa, the then apartheid system wanted to utilize language, Afrikaans as a medium of instruction to consolidate the apartheid system. Now, those young people said, we cannot accept that, we will not accept that. We will not only use our voice, but we will use our youthful energy. We will go out, we will demonstrate so that we shape and craft a future that we want to live in. So this engagement today, it's not only about the efforts of the department, but it's about your voices. It's about you crafting the future that you want to live in. So you must be able to inform the department that as young people, this is the kind of a future that we want to live in. And the kind of a future that I would want to live in, it's a future where I take pride and I wear that badge of honor that Professor Madiba was speaking about in our own languages. Language is a barrier. Language can be utilized as a barrier. As a result, the efforts of the department of introducing or promoting mother tongue language is very important. It is important because, and it's important that we have this discussion because in many areas that we've went, there is resistance. The resistance is both from learners and parents. Somehow, the work of the apartheid system has really gotten through us. We believe that our own languages in other areas are inferior. So we must know how to speak English. We must twang. We must be able to speak English like the other people who speak English. That is a demonstration, or we see that as a demonstration of intelligence, and it is not. Because language is the barrier. Dr. Mbude is correct. Many of us, I did maths and science at school. And it's correct, when I wrote my physical science first paper, firstly, I had to struggle with understanding what the question means. And if that question was in Sepedi, I can tell you I would have done much better. Because I wouldn't struggle to firstly understand what that question means. I would actually understand what they are trying to ensure that I understand. Instead of me trying to understand what does this word mean. So what is the question? So the mother tongue based or bilingual classrooms is a very important instrument breakthrough in our education system. And as a result, as the stakeholders that are here, we would really, as lawmakers, because we are lawmakers, so our work after Dr. Mbude and the department has done the dialogue, they write a report and they come to us and they say, this is how we can fast track the implementation of the promotion of the mother tongue language. And then we interrogate that, and then we hold them accountable on those commitments. So we would want to hear from yourselves as stakeholders on how can we ensure that we fast track the implementation of this mother tongue-based education. So, Dr. Mbude, you're correct, that language is a barrier, Because I am here representing Parliament, I was given a speech because I was told I'm a keynote speaker to deliver a speech. Ideally, because we speak in political platforms, I would just free flow. But now I represent Parliament. I can't just free flow. But I would have loved to free flow. I would have loved to speak to you about our own experiences, your own experiences as learners, and our own experiences as parents. Parents, especially ourselves, we call them the born-free parents. We, in other instances, are even excited that my child does not speak my language. You know, she doesn't even know Sepedi. And we take pride in that. We take pride in that ourselves. Because we take them to schools. I take my third born to crash. And he is struggling with just going to school for the first time. But what he is struggling mostly with is learning a new language. And I said to the school, this can be. This can be that he has to struggle with learning a new language when he has to just struggle with getting used to a schooling environment. So I want to read just a portion of the speech so that I give context and add on the context that Dr. Mbude has spoken to us about. Language is one of the instruments of cultural imperialism. And most of the colonial countries imposed their languages. It is for this reason we have the Francophone and the Anglophone countries in Africa. It is for this reason we have the Portuguese language and identity in Mozambique, Germans in Namibia, and the Dutch, German, and French in Southern Africa, which have indigenized themselves into an Afrikaner culture and identity. When South Africa was under British colonial rule, English was embedded in the South African society. The majority, the African majority and the Boers had to subordinate their existence to the British and therefore assimilated into British culture through education, missionaries, and other social forms. When South Africa became a sovereign nation from British rule in 1931, the Afrikaners began the extension of their colonial rule, and in 1961, South Africa was no longer a British domain, and the Afrikaners entrenched the apartheid system, which began in 1948. And I'm really building on what Dr. Mbude was saying to yourselves, so that we understand why it is important for us to redress this past imbalance. Despite its essence being colonialism, to further marginalize and exclude the black majority, like all other colonial playbooks, the apartheid government imposed Afrikaner culture and the Afrikaans language in all facets of society. And then it took the brave youth generation in 16 June 1976 in Soweto and across the country to reject the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in our schools. Today we also celebrate Africa Child Day, which was initiated by the Organization of the African Union, the AU, in memory of the Soweto uprising. So these actions of these young people in Soweto in 1976 were even honored in Africa as a whole. So why is it important? And I think many speakers have spoken about this, and I've spoken about it as well. To say South Africa is a nation rich in linguistic and cultural diversity. So we're very diverse. I'm a Sepedi-speaking South African, and I was seated there and I was listening to a Xhosa poem and I loved it. So because we are a culture, we are very diverse in our culture, our constitution proudly recognizes 12 official languages, which includes sign language, and Section 29 guarantees everyone the right to receive education in the official language or languages of their choice, where the education is reasonably practical. Yet, decades after democracy, the domain medium of instruction in most schools remains English. A language that, while important globally, is not the home language of the majority of our learners. When majority of you fill in the forms, and you're going to fill these forms of UWC to come and learn here, and they're going to say, what is your home language? And I've seen it in many schools. We write English. And that is not our home language. In majority of the schools in Gauteng, learners as young as 4-year-olds, as young as 5-year-olds, are doing, their home language is English. And you look at the class, they are all black, and I ask, how is your home language English? So that is what we still grapple with. That is still the challenge of the day. But however, research and global best practices have shown that children learn best in their mother tongue, particularly in the foundational phase. Cognitive development, literacy acquisition, and critical thinking skills are all significantly enhanced when learners are first taught in a language they understand. Now, that is why it is important for us to promote mother tongue in our schools, in the classrooms. Because even research actually corroborates that we learn better and we understand better when we are taught in a language that we understand. Now, this is also about linguistic justice and decolonization of education. Linguistic justice is not just a pedagogical concern. It is a constitutional and a moral imperative. When we deny learners access to education in their home languages, we effectively deny them equal opportunities. We undermine their identity, we marginalize their cultures, and we perpetuate historic injustice. Mother tongue-based bilingual education is also central to the broader projection of decolonizing our education system. The youth, in majority of them in higher education, when they went, the fees must fall, they were arguing that we need to decolonize the education system in South Africa. And we believe that mother tongue-based bilingual education is also one of those instruments that will be used to decolonize our education system. It challenges the colonial legacy that elevates European languages above African ones and instead affirms the legitimacy and the richness of our indigenous languages. Now, of course, we must be very clear. Mother tongue language mother tongue-based education does not mean that we are going to exclude English or we are going to exclude Africans. During the signing of the Bella Act, we saw some sections of society marching. They were carrying placards. They were saying, "Luas on Skole." And they were saying, "Leave Africans alone." And they were saying, when we met with them, because as a committee of parliament, we meet with all stakeholders to hear their concerns. When we met with them, they said, "You want to do away with our language, Africans." And that is not what mother tongue bilingual-based education is all about. Even those whose home language is Africans have a right to learn in that home language. What we are merely saying is that all of us have that similar right. It can't be that in a school where there is 1,000 learners, 80 of them enjoy the right of being taught in their own mother tongue, and 900 and something of us do not have the same opportunity, do not have the same right. And that is what the Bella Act was about. So what we are saying is that we are not going to do away with English, or we are not going to do away with Africans, but we are going to also invest in African languages so that the majority of the African learners can also enjoy the same privilege that the other learners are enjoying. That's what the Bella Act is about. Now, we must applaud the Department of Basic Education We applaud the Department of Basic Education that working together with stakeholders has made policy strides towards implementing incremental introduction of African languages. We've seen it in other areas. And mother tongue-based learning in early grades. We've seen the pilot programs, Dr. Mbude, in provinces such as the Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, in Limpopo, and they are showing results. KZN is currently number 2. It's number 2 province in the last NSC results. And we visited the province. And one of this performance, the improvement in this performance, is exactly this intervention. It's exactly, and that now shows you how we can all excel if we were to be given that privilege, all of us. Even in maths, in science, even in subjects that we are told are very difficult, we will definitely excel. Go to China. The Chinese children are learning in their own language. They learn in Chinese. They excel. You go to France. They excel. So we ourselves as well were saying this is very instrumental, and there is evidence. Evidence is in your KZN. We've seen it. How, despite many challenges, the learners' performance in that province is improving based on this intervention. Go to Limpopo, go to the Eastern Cape. So we're saying there is evidence to it. And we're saying this mostly, I am making this emphasis mostly to parents. Because I know what parents were saying. No, I want my child to know English. It's fine. Your child must know English. It's okay. But firstly, let's tell you, if your child is to learn in the language you speak at home, they will excel better. That's a fact. It's a fact. So we want you to understand that so that you don't believe that your own languages are inferior. Now, as we conclude, because I wanted to read just, because if I don't, Parliament is going to be very angry with me. We want to make recommendations to the Department of Basic Education, to yourselves as stakeholders as well, that the vision must extend beyond primary schooling. It must go in higher education, Prof. Madiba. That our African languages must be developed as academic languages of instructions and research, not merely as subjects of study. That the language centers at universities must be resourced to produce bilingual glossaries, glossary scholarly publications, and translated curricula. One of the excuses that you get when you are in Gauteng about the mother tongue bilingual-based classroom is that we don't have the teachers. We don't have the teachers to teach because here in Gauteng, all 11 languages are here. So it means you must have teachers of English, Maths, you must have teachers of Sepedi, Zulu, Xhosa. We don't have them. So this is our recommendations, that this is the part that must be played by the higher education department and the universities as very crucial institutions that can help to enhance the languages. We're saying that the language should never be a barrier to access or academic access. Instead, it should be a bridge that allows every student, regardless of their background, to flourish intellectually and socially. We are proposing that we need to strengthen commitment to foundational learning through home language instruction. We were told that that is currently happening in basic education, but we want you as the basic education to strengthen it. We need to advance public discourse on language rights, inclusion, and transformation. We need to mobilize policy and budgetary support, because one of the key issues is also budget. We need to strengthen partnerships for accountability and meaningful oversight. As we close, we are saying that as Parliament, we are reaffirming our commitment to working collaboratively with all partners, government, departments, educators, academic institutions, everyone. And most importantly, communities, to realize the full potential of mother tongue-based bilingual education. Let us be bold and unwavering in our resolve. Let us dismantle language hierarchies of the past and in their place, build an education system that is inclusive, empowering, and deeply rooted in the linguistic realities of our people. Now, to the young people as I close, let us take pride in who we are. Let us take pride in speaking our own languages. In all the spaces we're in, let us take pride in engaging. Social media, even when we use social media, let us type in our own languages. In such a way, we're promoting our own languages. Now, we're leaving you with these words to the department. That thank you very much for having us. And this is really an important platform. And we're very excited to be part of these engagements. And we're looking forward to this dialogue in the afternoon. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Joy Maimela for the keynote address, and also to Dr. Mbude for reminding us why we are here today. Two things I would like to say. One, I'm getting this information as I go about Herikwala High School, that choir that was entertaining us earlier. They are the provincial champions. And next month, the month of July, they're going to be representing us at the national championships. Are they going to win? Huh? Are they going to win? Anyway. So before we transition to the next part of the program, I would like to invite some high schoolers from Bishop Lavis High School. Is that? Hola! You can stand. Yeah. So they are going to do a poem for us. We saw a poem earlier. We see a poem now as well. What do you want to do?
Good afternoon, good morning, middag. Ons land, ons mense, ons stories. 'n ryk van glorie, met trots en erfenis, bewaar in elke hart in liefde klere. Our land, our people, our stories, our rich template of glory, with pride and heritage, we keep in every heart a love so deep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop Lavis High School. I know we put you on the spot. I just have to say we put them on the spot because they didn't know that we were going to do this today. So thank you for doing that. So now we're going to transition to a part of the program that is going to need us to participate. It's a panel discussion on language of freedom. It's going to be moderated by Professor Elelwani Ramukondo with some co-moderators and facilitators. So Professor Elelwani Ramugondo is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for People, Culture and Society at the University of the Western Cape. She is a founding member of the UCT Black Academic Caucus. She was appointed Special Advisor on Transformation to the Vice Chancellor during the call to decolonize the university by the student-led Rhodes Must Fall movement. She was instrumental in crafting the UCT curriculum change framework, which is centered on decoloniality. She currently convenes the UCT Decolonial Summer School. These are the things I picked out of her bio because I think they are so relevant to what we're doing today. Her co-moderators are Nadima Mustan, who is currently the Literacy Director at Room to Read South Africa. Mrs. Agele Mpatwe, who is the Education Head at Kagiso Trust. Zolani Metu, who is the Head of Programs at Fundawande and my colleague. As well as Dr. Kevin Ngube, a Senior Lecturer at CPUT. So, Prof will explain how the panel discussion is going to work, so please pay attention, and as I said, some participation needed and some voices needing to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. And what a privilege it is to be standing here in front of you. And I greet you, our guests of honor, the learners, the students from universities in the Western Province, and also student leadership that is among us, the Student Representative Council members who are here. We've had a very, very fantastic first session, and thank you again, Program Director. And I hope as you listened and as you watched people on stage, you were indeed seeing yourselves in the future. I want to say something about myself that I often don't include in my bio, but today I think it is something to foreground. How many languages do you think I speak? 5. Try again. 7. 7 languages. I did not have much of a choice because I come from one of those languages that are very low down the hierarchy in terms of numbers. Ndimuvenda. Only Shangaan-speaking people, Batsonga, and maybe the Ndebeles can relate. So you can imagine growing up in Mamelodi. If I did not learn all the other languages.
Sorry, sis. While you are talking, just ask the panelists.
I will, yeah. If I did not learn, I would not have friends. So I had to learn all the other languages. You also picked up, I'm sure, that when Dr. Naledi Mbude Mehana, the DG, when our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Madiba, and I think we also had the chair of the Portfolio Committee also bringing in one other language other than English, right? So, it is possible for languages to coexist in your brain. We are often lied to by those who think that you can only speak one. Our brains can handle more than one. And here's the thing. Most people, most learners who are not in Model C schools think that they are missing out because they are not at those schools where you learn to speak English with a twang. If that were the case, Professor Madiba and myself would not be deputy vice chancellors. We wouldn't be. But here we are, deputy vice chancellors at 2 universities that are the top 12 in the country. So when Professor Madiba says, where the language you have mastered, your mother tongue, like a badge of honor, it's not just words, she means it. Now, as I talk about the importance of the discussion we are about to have, linked to the purpose of today, I will call to the front the first panel. So we have this session divided into 2, just so that we can manage how we interact. The first part will have people who are researchers. It will also have civil society and people from the private sector. I will also want to call to the front one of my co-moderator, Sizakele Mpatswe, who's head of education program from the Kagiso Trust. So this first part will go very quickly. Right, so I'm calling to the fore Dr. Quinton Williams. Please come to the fore. Muslirato Truck. Okay. Dr. Keketwana. Sepang Koboko. Stanford Ndlovu. And Dr. Klute. Okay. So please take the seats closest to me. Take the seats closest to me. Closest to me. All right, and then we'll have those members of the second part of the session also come to the front and occupy the rest of the seats. And that is Macintosh Kasembe, UWC SRC President. Mzwake Bolotina, Stellenbosch SRC Secretary General. Tato Masonganye, CPUT SRC Secretary General. Lubasi Milupi, from my university, the University of Cape Town, computer science student. Andy Swam Hwechana, SGB representative. Abuyile Ngeza, SGB representative. Ms. Mvandaba, also SGB representative. And then from the high schools, Atule Jevu from Usasaze High School. Azapiwe Joya from Heri Gwala High. And Inam Mili, Oscar Mpeta. Now I call the last two people to join us to the front, and these are the rest of my co-moderators. Nadima Mustan, the head of literacy, Room to Read South Africa, and Zolani Metu, head of programs from Funda Wande. Now, the bishop in the morning mentioned someone who passed away this year. He passed away on the 28th of May, 2025, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And he made reference to this book, Decolonizing the Mind. So I hope at your school library, you have a copy of this book. It's a book where Ngugi makes a very important observation that everywhere where colonization occurred, the one thing the colonizers made sure of was that they killed indigenous languages. This is no coincidence. There's a reason why that happened. Because you kill people's languages, you kill their imagination. They can no longer imagine a different world from the one that has been imposed on them. And this is done so that the colonizers control the wealth of the people. The what, the how. The how meaning how wealth is produced, how wealth is distributed. So you need to know that this work of reclaiming our languages, it is ultimately about reclaiming resources that belong to us. It's also about control of the mental universe of the colonized. I hope when we speak about decolonizing the mind, you also are remembering one of our ancestors, along with Tsietsi Mashinini, who is no longer with us, who died at the hands of the oppressors. Steve Biko is another ancestor who made it very clear that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressors is the mind of the oppressed. So language and the mind are very, very intricately linked. Mind control through language is the weapon of the oppressors, even as we say that apartheid is over. But through language, mind control continues. Language as communication is important because it is spoken, but it is also read and written. So you can imagine if books that we read, books that are written with the language of the colonizers, it just follows that the way that the colonizers are portrayed will be to uplift them. Whereas the way our lives are written about is to subjugate. So we have here panelists who will share with us ways in which we can make real the changes that come with the policy that we were hearing about from the minister from the DDG, and from the Member of Parliament, the chair of the Portfolio Committee. So, we have quite a task, panelists. We stand between the people and their lunch. So I will ask of you that when you make inputs, you are as brief as possible and focus on what we are wanting to be takeaway messages from today. Rethinking language in education policy is a key focus, but also bridging basic and higher education in terms of curriculum and pedagogy, digital infrastructure, and language resources, mother tongue-based bilingual education in practice. So what happens in classrooms, realities and success stories, youth identity and language, and reclaiming linguistic heritage. And lastly, I think I've already covered this. No, digital infrastructure is the last one, language resources. So between all of them, amongst all of you, we will cover these focus areas. And my co-moderators will also assist in framing questions that will get us to reflect deeply and also engage you, our audience, in answering these questions. So I'm going to start immediately on my right. What I am going to ask of you is that you tell us who you are, what entity you represent, and take it from there.
I hope it works. Absheni, Minjani. I'm doing this on purpose because we're talking about multilingual education, so I have to greet in my mother tongue. I'm Stanford. First and foremost, I'm a teacher, so the learners in the room, I like what I see. I come from Trevor Noah Foundation as part of the ECM alumni, which is Education Changemakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nice and sweet.
Greetings. Born and bred in the Eastern Cape, specifically Kofinvaba, currently teacher at Zola Business High School.
Molweni igama nguSimthembile Xekethwana ecala ndisebenza eStellenbosch enkosi.
Dumelang, good afternoon. My name is Lorato Trok and I am the director of Nalibad. Thank you.
Kaiches, Tikons Gea Jacob, Tita Ge Namakolansa Huratri. Good day, my name is Jacob Kluter. I am from Namakoland.
Dumelang kaofela, ka lebitso ke Tshepang Kgoboko. I'm from Taka and I work with brilliant minds, Aphendulwe Nqola, Qhawe Bula and Akholiwe Fetcher. And at Taka we make literacy accessible by using language and technology. Thank you.
Molweni ninjani? Hi, Philani. Igama lami Kevin Ncube. I'm a senior lecturer at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and I am involved in teaching subjects in all languages, but in particular teaching consumer behavior ngesiXhosa. Siyabulela.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Siyaphila. Ngokwegama nguMcIntosh Kasembe, ngumongameli womkhandlu wabafundi la University of the Western Cape, which translates to, my name is McIntosh Kasembe, the SRC president here at the University of the Western Cape.
Good afternoon. My name is Lubasi Milupi. I'm a UCT student studying computer science, and my area of expertise is in project management, most notably a project that supports MTBBE. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lam ngu Anethemba wakwamvandaba, an educator at Ludwengamlana Primary School, but I am currently seconded at the NAPTOSA offices as a full-time shop steward. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lam ndingu-Athule Jevo, suka eKhayelitsha, ndifunda eUsasaza High School. I am the COSAS of, I'm the fundraiser of COSAS, enkosi.
Molweni, igama lam ndingu-Azakhiwe Joya. I'm a COSAS coordinator. I'm here to represent Herigwala, enkosi.
Molweni. 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 Igama lam ndinguLina Mili, ndisuke Crossroad from Oscampet High School. Ndiyiconvener yeCOSAS, enkosi.
Hi, molweni bethu nayisebenzile. Igama lam nguZolani Metu, ndingukhwalo uncuthu umlanjana unkomusobe sinimimbi Buwashe. Head of programs the Funda Wand.
Great stuff. So we have figured out which microphone works best. So we'll stick with the microphones that work. And you saw the response. They know that there is a lot to gain from you. And I am sure you are going to work with us. As they're speaking, you will listen, so that when you ask your question, it is one that is informed. We are going to start with a set of questions. And please, just indicate by bringing the microphone to your mouth or indicating with your hand when you ready to answer this question. The first question, it's a layered question that we're going to start with. And it is about language policies. What does it mean, really, to rethink our education language policies? And why does it matter that we have African languages as a language of learning and teaching in schools? There's a hand. Thank you, Dr. Klute. Take it away.
So on language policy, I'm here because I do research amongst the Khoikhoi and San communities, and I look at some of the languages that is still spoken in the Western Cape and the Northern Cape, and there's not a lot of attention given to it. So when we think about an African language and we think about languages in the curriculum, we have to think about those languages that are considered Khoikhoi and San languages. Now, interestingly, if you go to Platfontein, it's a San community close to Kimberley, 8 kilometers from it. The language medium that is taught is Afrikaans and English, but the majority of those speakers are Khong and Kwedam speakers. Me and another researcher, Dr. Mokwena, went to the school. There was no dictionary or any literature in that specific school in those languages. You couldn't find a dictionary in the whole of Platfontein when it comes to those particular languages. Now I just want to finish off. This morning I had a conversation with the publishers here. They say the biggest client is government. So but there is no demand coming from government for these particular languages. So education policy is incomplete without the recognition of the Khoikhoi and San languages in South Africa.
This is very important, was what Dr. Klute has just shared with us. The language policies are incomplete in their implementation if we are not thinking of the Khoi and San languages. I don't know if any of you know of Aunt Katrina Esau.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of her?
I was going to talk about
Imagine being the last surviving person who speaks a language. The one last surviving individual speaking a language. We've already understood, right, from what we heard this morning, that language is not only a medium for communication, it also carries culture. So you can imagine Aunt Katrina carrying that burden alone as one individual, speaking Nu, the language that otherwise is dying. But she starts at school and she starts teaching it. So others are learning this language. And what Dr. Klute is saying is that government need to partner with those who are pushing back against linguicide. And we do that by making sure that the language is not only spoken, but written. Exactly what Ngugi was talking about. It's written so that our lives exist now and in the future. Thank you, Dr. Klute. Take it away.
Thank you. I am Lorato, and I was going to add on to what he said about, because I actually wrote a book about Uma Katrina and what she stands for. And, you know, the new language is almost 2,500 years old.
Wow.
But she is the only one. Can you imagine? So if a language is not spoken, it's not written, it's not promoted, it will die. Languages die. And, you know, for a country like ours, where we have a section of society, well, this is very contradictory. You have one section of society that promotes its language. They want their language to be taught at school. They want their languages to be used everywhere. They are the only languages. But you've got the very same section of society. When the government tries to promote African languages, they stand against that and fight against that and have all this, you know, use their resources, their money to stop the government from doing that. I'm not absolving the government from that. But I'm saying other sections of society where Afrikaans is used everywhere. We have forms in government that are used in Afrikaans, but the very same Afrikaans people, when the government tries to promote our languages, they stand against it and don't want that to happen to our African children, where almost 80% of the population doesn't speak English and Afrikaans, but we only have English and Afrikaans in our languages. So it is important that the government be at the forefront of promoting the policy where African languages are taught in schools. It should be a no-brainer that children should be taught in their home languages.
It must be a no-brainer. And again, we learned earlier from Ms. Maimela that the Bila Act is not about dominance of African languages over others. It's about coexistence. A no-brainer. Looks like we've covered this bit. We can move on to the next question. You ready? Do you have a question perhaps from the audience still about language policies? There's a question at the back. Can someone get a microphone right to the back? What does it mean to rethink our education language policies? And why does it matter that we have African languages as a language of learning and teaching in schools? So I assume that your question is to deepen the conversation around language policies?
Definitely. So there's one thing that I have realized, and as it was going through today, is that yes, a lot of people are trying to put, and I know the department wants to put more of mother tongue language and learning, but how come based on the areas? Now, doesn't schools choose their language of learning and teaching based on the area that they're in? But how come, so if a person whose mother tongue is maybe Afrikaans, home language, does not want to go to the school in that area, rather decides to go to a school where English is the home language. And I know personally in my area, I see it's very common where, because I stay in Mitchell's Plain, people who stay in Kailicha, where there's isiXhosa home language schools, does not want to go to that school. They rather come to the English home language schools, which even though it still falls under the catchment area. So why how can the department still implement it, but somehow children are still not wanting to go to that type of school? Thank you.
Yeah. Does anyone from the panel want to speak to this societal lack of uptake? Government makes these policies a reality, but yet the people are not taking up the opportunities as presented.
Of course, I think the question has got a number of dimensions. I thought what was probably most important is the question directed at schools. How do they implement it? I think what we want to think about as schools is that the world is multilingual. It has always been multilingual. It is actually becoming even more multilingual. So it would be unfortunate to have a school which is only monolingual. We're actually getting to a point where it will be also unfortunate that a school is only bilingual. If it's in a city like Cape Town, Johannesburg, Durban, Bloemfontein, it would be unfortunate that it's only quadrilingual, because we should be moving into more than one language. And I just want to say in the classroom, we have frameworks like the trans-languaging framework, which allows a teacher to run a class in more than one language at the same time. When parents are sending their children to a school, they generally are making maybe choices about the future of their children, but sometimes I think we heard Parliament cautioning parents that children have to learn and understand concepts first, and that other languages of communication, once I've learned something in isiXhosa, I can learn French later, Russian later, and tell a Russian about the things that I have learned in isiXhosa. So languages really can go on in that manner. Thank you.
Great. I think you can hear, so before you give the microphone over, and we've noted those two hands from the learners, I think what is is becoming clearer is that perhaps the mother tongue based bilingual education is just the beginning. And it doesn't stop multilingualism. Can we have that clarified? That there isn't a stance where a school feels that they cannot have a multiplicity of languages that make sense for that part of South Africa. I mean, I've used myself as an example, 7 languages, not constrained. But I guess the most important thing is the mother tongue language as the basis for learning, but not barring all other languages that make sense for that area. And I'm also wondering whether there isn't a conflation often between language practice and just basic good pedagogic issues and leadership in schools. Because obviously, parents want their children to get a decent education. So we can't use language as a way to pepper all other things that may not be going right at a school. All right, I'm hoping I heard you correctly. Okay, thank you. We'll have the question. I saw two hands. Let's give, if there's two, let's give the learners, the two learners, a chance to ask their questions, and then we'll pick up with the panelists who have indicated they want to make an input. Go ahead. I love your glasses.
Thank you so much. Okay, my name is Kiaro and I'm from Silversense High School. My question is, how do we advocate for the rise and dignity of mother tongue languages within our schools if some schools are now coming schools with one languages only?
Okay, is that clear? And then a second question. She's written it down. She really wants to be clear.
Hi, my name is Lwetumbele and I'm from Silver Sands Primary School. High school, I mean. How does language shape culture and communication? And what are some effective strategies for learning a new language?
Did you get that? I see some notes. Okay, thank you. All right, who wants to go first? Okay.
I think they have a microphone. Can I go first? Okay. Looking at the first question that the gentleman at the back was asking, it goes to where Honorable Maile was saying that we look at our own mother tongue as inferior. So parents take their children to these other schools because English has been deemed as the superior language. If you want to succeed, then you need to know and you need to understand the English. So the parents and the learners are leaving the schools in the townships that are teaching the mother tongue because to them, success is equated to knowing and understanding English. So bringing back to understanding that even our mother tongue can be superior if we let it be.
I hope the slippage into superior does not mean that literally, because these other languages that have been subjugated have no interest in being superior than other languages. They want to coexist and exist in their own right. Okay.
Nkosi, thanks very much. I think 2 points. We are a country, we keep saying we're very multilingual, we're very diverse. But my worry is that sometimes is that we do that, but we become a diminishing multilingual country where we end up going to one language only. Look at today, what is happening. We can't even have that conversation where ndizawuthetha ngesiXhosa and ndincokole kwingingenya yabantu engaka, where we actually understand each other. And I think purely because we are actually scared of multilingualism. If you want to see a true multilingual space, I've said this in public and I will say it again, go to Belleville taxi rank. There is French, there is Shona, there is Afrikaans, there is all the languages, and those languages are thriving. There is business and there is economy happening in that space. But when it comes to education, when we actually talk about multilingualism and talk about languages, we actually run away from it being a messy process. because we just like want all these silos and we want to be clean all the time, and that's not going to happen. So I think we need to think about that, and we think about it carefully. When we talk about translanguaging, you need to think about that. That's what will happen in your classroom, that these languages will actually coexist all in one space, all together, and don't be scared of it.
I like that. Coexisting in one space, just like it's done at the taxi rank. Go ahead.
There's a larger problem that I think that some people are missing. And that's the role that universities play when it comes based on basic education. For example, to get into university, your languages, especially English, your command of the English language becomes extremely important. So universities assign extra points to that specific subject. And then even if you get mother tongue education, which is indigenous African language, you still have to do STEM subjects in English at universities. So when it comes to language policies, then universities also have to start looking at how do they adjust their language policies, especially when it comes to STEM subjects, to address especially the mother tongue issue. So there's one thing that I think people are missing.
And I think it ties back to what our national chair of the portfolio committee said. The basic education can't do it alone. Universities need to make it possible that you have those educators that will be in STEM subjects. Yeah, they should also be able to teach about stem cells, given that there's so much that is being said in healthcare and looking after people's health from stem cells. We don't even probably have stem cells terminology in our African languages, but that is clear. Right, go ahead.
I just would like to answer the question of how languages shape culture. So languages are not just a medium of instruction. They carry our heritage, they carry spirit, and they really carry who we are. So I don't speak Sesotho because it's a language I found, but I speak Sesotho because ke Mosotho. So the language is very much tied to who I am. And that is why it is very dangerous for languages to cease to exist. And even in the example that was spoken about earlier of Oma Katrina, to say she's the last person that speaks a particular language, Nu, that is also representative of the culture that is coupled with the language being at a risk of going extinct. So when we think of language, we're not just thinking of the words that give instruction, but we also think of what language is able to capture. There are certain things that I can say in Sesotho, but I can't begin to translate in English. They just don't mean the same. And that's what the importance of preserving language, coupled with then preserving our culture, is all about. And in terms of the tips of learning languages, I mean, first and foremost, I think it's good to know your language, and that would be from your interactions at home, with the people at home, having an interest in learning, even if you don't have to learn the language. I mean, a lot of young people grow up knowing English only because that's what they're exposed to on TV and what they end up also speaking in schools. But by just taking the initiative to learn, ask your parents and grandparents some questions about your language and really take that interest. And then the second part, and that's where institutions like DACA come in, is that we then have the material online where you can actually go the extra mile and learn what you aren't able to get access to in your space at home. Thank you.
There's a role that government plays, making sure that we have the laws, the policies that allow for practice to change. The universities also playing a part in feeding into developing human capital to implement the new policies that make sure that these languages can coexist and flourish. But you're also talking about the role of the private sector in that really these things can be done. It's about joining hands and understanding the terrain, the policy framework that is generative where we can start doing things differently. We're going to shift now and have engagements that foreground voices from our learners and students, including student leaders. So I'm going to hand over to Zolani to ask the next set of questions where we want to hear from those who were clearly not around 49 years ago. Some of us were there, I was 6 years old.
Sure. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Enkosi. Ndinetrio ke apha izikhokho. Sino Azakhiwe, sino Linam, uAthule bayiphethe le ndaba. Uyayibona? I think what we want to hear kubo is a very simple thing. Ndiyabona ngathi bayatatazela ngoku ayikhumshisi. Uyayibona? Ayikho need. I think into esifuna uyazi apha kuni kudala mosikuthethwa apha kukho ne-academics kukho nabantu baseparlamente akho umuntu ungekhoyo onento ayithethayo nina baseziklasini ngoku right nina basesikolweni ngoku abayivayo yonke lento kuthethwa ngayo ndifuna ukuva ke ndizawuqala apha ndithi wake wafundiswa na ngolwimi lwakho lakokwenu and waziva njani isakwenziwa loo nto leyo wena apha esiqwini kwakuvakala njani xa utishala mhlambi efika i-physics akusathethwa ngenantsika ngee-laws of motion or what uyibiza ngesixhosa loo nto leyo wakhe wayifumana into enjalo and waziva njani?
I had a deeper connection. I had a deeper connection when I was taught in my own language. Like it helps me xa ndibhala uba uyicinge ngalandlela umsebenzi ethetha ngayo in my own language, then uzawukwazi uyi-apply pha ephepheni. And it's easy for us to engage kwi-subject leyo siyifundiswayo xa sele siyifundiswa ngolwimi lwethu. Kuba lula uba sikwazi uunderstanda, kuba lula uba sibe ne-cultural connection. Yes.
Beautiful. Achapha niyamva uthetha nge-cultural connection nentontoni iyaphuma le nto uyayiva ndifuna uzapha kuwe ke ngoku uba xa ufundiswe ngelwimi lwakho kwenu waziva njani wena?
Ndiphinde ndibulise kuwo wonke umuntu. Xa ufundiswa ngolwimi lakho wenu mandiye kwi-English qala xa kukho abantwana xoma mandiyibeke olu hlobo kukho abantwana abathatha kade ndenza umzekelo ubhuti ngutishala wam uzawungena eklasini utitsha i-history obviously i-history mele uba ititshwa nge-English strictly ititshwa nge-English nasesikolweni iyathethwa loo nto but utishala uzawufika ayititshe nge-English kukho Azakhiwe apha ecam kwam Azakhiwe akayi-understand i-English so uzostruglisha yena. And i-history yeyona subject emele uba siyayipasa kwenzela sizokwazi ukuya ki-next grade. Azakhiwe yena akayi-understand English then xa ifika ephepheni akazukwazi ubhala le nto ebeyifundiswa because ebenga-understandi then uzoyitshona ke ngoku i-history loo nto imenza uba makarepeat igrade. Two ke ngoku esikolweni sam ne-Oscampetha bayasenzelelele uba mabasifundise ngesixhosa utishala uyangena kwiklasi ye-history asifundise i-history ngesixhosa loo nto isenza uba sikhumbule into ibithethwa ngutishala eklasini. Siye sikwenzela xa sifike ephepheni kube lula for thina because naxa sikwi-exam utishala uyasifundela i-question nge-English aphinde asifundele nangesixhosa. So laa nto iyisincede sikwazi ucinga si-understand into ibithethwe sikwazi xa utishala beyicacisile iwar ye-apartheid sikwazi uyibhala ngesixhosa. Enkosi.
History, being able to learn and discuss history in Xhosa it feels more personal. Because xa utishala azondifundisa ngesiXhosa abe engekho azakhiwe eklasini, then nam ndizokwazi umcacisela ngento ethethwe ngutishala about history kaHitler. So ndizokwazi umcacisela than uba xa ithetha nge-English funeka ndiphinde ndiyamtye azakhe into ethetha nge-English akazuyi-understanda ngeli hlobo mna ndiyi-understande ngalo daytime bendiseklasini. So ufundiswa ngesiXhosa eklasini like irayithi, ndiyibona iyinto erayithi kuthi thina abaXhosa because asifani singabantu njengoba betshewule nam asifani ngabantu, iingqondo zethu azifani. Enkosi.
I think eyona nto ivakalayo apha kuba ukuva amaXhosa xa esithi iyavakala netyuwa emngqushweni. It sounds like i-physics ivakala kakuhle xa kumane kuswitshwa umvutishala esithi sizawucada ngoku, sizawucada ntoni i-ice. I think umbuzo wam uzawuza kuwe ke ngoku mem, ne? Kudala kuthethwa apha again. Ezi zinto ezi kuye kuthiwe yipolisi inikwe igama elikhulu elingaka, ixhonywe phezulu ibe sezibhasini ibekwe ndawo yonke, utishala eklasini funeka ibe nguye ozawuyenza. Andithi? So yeyiphi indlela esinothi mhlawumbi ubungaqala uthi yintoni esebenzayo kwangoku kwezi zenziwayo ne? Yintoni esebenzayo? Okwesibini, yeyiphi indlela esinothi sikwazi ukusapota ngayo ootishala nabafundi? Because kamnandi wena ukwi-SGB ungutishala unayo yonke le view, uyayibona? Yeyiphi into oqondayo bana ngaba ingasebenza kakuhle mhlambi ngaphezu kwezi sezenziwa okanye uthi hayi le ayisebenzi masike siyikhabele bucala sifake enye?
Okay, so I love that as students ziyi-3 zithi kumnandi utishala xa e-code switcher eklasini, because now whatever ebendifundisa yona ndiyakwazi uphinde ndiyoyinarrate ngale English ebekusithiwa mandiyibhale ngayo, but because ndiye ndayixelelwa ngesiXhosa kuqala kulula uba ndiyigraspe. Now what's nice about mother tongue learning is that already ootishala bebe-code switcher eziklasini, but umntu eyazi uba akavumelekanga because i-loyalty ithi yi-English from grade 4 onwards. Now ithi ke ngoku you are allowed because awufuna ubashiya abantwana ngasemva, ufuna uhamba nabo. It is pointless uba uthi useklasini uyafundisa but uhamba wedwa. Abantwana do not understand what you are saying. Kodwa when you teach them nge-language yabo, umntana uyakwazi uphinda akucacisele lento ubumfundisa yona. So it is very important that ifikile i-mother tongue learning, it needs to be implemented, it needs to be monitored apha ezikolweni. Otishala ke will need all the support. Ingavele nje iziswe and then ke ngoku kubuywe umva. Already there are teachers out there abathi, now kule mother tongue sizayifundisa apha ingaba ndingena deep esiXhoseni. Bendikhe ndafunda nam incwadi zakwa-Oxford phaphandle ndijonge eye science, ndaxakwa kwa ititle apha ngaphandle uba yeyantoni le title, ithini le subjects. It just goes to show uhlobo esi-colonized ngalo that ukuze yenze sense funeke ibe yi-English. Now ibhalwe ngale language ndiyi-understandayo, ngale language bekumele uba ndiyayazi ndithi ndayijonga ibe ntsha nakum. That means ootishala nabo need to be trained ke ngoku because sesikhona sesipha eziklasini that this is doable. Babuyiselwe back eklasini so that this mother tongue esiyisebenzisayo ingabi only conversational, sikwazi uyisebenzisa as a medium of instruction ebantwaneni. Also it goes back to the varsities, the oncoming educators, uba phaa kweza methodologies and the pedagogies phaa evarsity bakwazi unikezwa the skill to be able uba bakwazi uzofundisa abantwana in their mother tongue. We also need to go back to the communities because now singabazali sithi kungcono ayofunda le language. Now nam endlini I have a 7-year-old ofuna uthetha i-English qha, And ke ngoku athi, but mama, I am comfortable with English. What is that you just said in Xhosa? Ndibe ndiqonda, kuba understand English yakho mntanam, hlala ne-English yakho. Because kalo nam ndinala mentality yoba uzaba successfully xa eyazi. So we need to go back and educate abazali, we need to go back and educate the communities that ezi languages zonke zi-official, they can coexist and they can lead to success.
Thank you very much. So, I must remind myself that I speak 7 languages, so I can follow quite closely when people are speaking in isiXhosa. But just so that we don't leave anyone behind, the question was asked around how it feels to be taught in mother tongue. And the learners were very clear. When that happens, there is a connection. There's an emotional connection to what is being taught. If education cannot be personal, how can it be political? You can learn history, even about your own country, but if it's in a language that is foreign to you, that will not connect you to that history. You can't see yourself as part of that history. You cannot see your people as part of that history. The emotional connection, the political connection, political not in terms of political parties, but in the sense that you have agency as a citizen and you can participate in the political processes of your country. But there's also a response from teachers around how it feels like to teach in mother tongue. And I think Usisi was already picking up on that teachers who are enabled to teach in mother tongue will begin to appreciate that English is not the only language that can make sense of content, of complexity. And just before I hand over to one of our panelists who will speak. Okay, all right. There's a lot of hands in front and at the back. Nadima, we see you, and we will be coming to you. It is important to remember this that is being said. English does not equate intelligence. English does not equate success. Languages all over the world are capable to deal with all challenges that any society faces. So we'll take the input from a teacher, and then we'll move on to Nadima at the back.
Thank you very much. I would like to give my input in the exercise of teaching in both languages. I sense the point of departure here needs to be mental emancipation. That means the parents, the teachers, in fact the communities. For example, at the heart of Khayelitsha, to have a school that is strictly English and based on English medium of instruction, whereas 100% of the learners is Xhosa, 100% of the teacher component, Xhosa. I understand languages, they don't necessarily put down each other, they complement each other. Now, it becomes a beautiful exercise when you're teaching Xhosa learners, you're teaching them English, and yet you can explain these things in isiXhosa, they understand better, meaning it's a good exercise. It doesn't kill the language or the subject.
I think for me, we need to start thinking of it as a transformational work because a lot must happen. And thanks, Sisi, for sharing about how it makes you feel. I recently did a course with Walit, and then in the course it talks about sinking or swimming, and that's what our learners are going through, and that's what we are going through as well as individuals. If we haven't done that mind shift together as teachers and people on the ground and universities as well, to think about what are the steps that we need to take to make sure that the transformation happens. We see African languages enjoying the same benefits that the languages, as the same languages that were advanced, and in our homes, in our communities, we start advocating. And there was a question about advocacy. And I think some of the things that I'm picking up as a teacher is how there's a disconnect between what the teachers need in terms of upskilling and what the advocacy is happening. These are one of the platforms in which, when we come together as stakeholders, we collaborate. And I think it's about time we put teachers at the forefront of designing policies and innovation so that what we do speaks to what's needed on the ground. And that's why I appreciate the digital learning of languages, because everyone can access it regardless of where they find themselves in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nadima, and that will be the last input from the audience, because we need to start wrapping up. Lunch is knocking. Do we need another microphone at the back?
Maybe as Nadim is waiting for the mic, Prof.
It's ready. It's ready.
Prof.
It's ready. Yeah.
kwaye nizawukwazi uyithatha niyisebenzise okanye noyithelela kwabanye abangekhoyo apha kuba ndinibona nilapha nirepresenta abangekhoyo kwaye ningamavili alento ithethwa apha ukuze ihambe ngoko ke bendingangavuya ndinibona nizolile nimamele nithapho ningeva khona nibuze kukho into ebalulekileyo apha nixolele nizawuqala pha kubo abantwana ndibuye ndize ngifake umbuzo kum kwabadala nabaphathi bantwana bam kukho into endifuna izinze kuni iyathethwa ithethiwe napha estagini kodwa kukho into endiqonda uba aniqondi ubuhlungu kanjani kuthi xa sinibukela ningabantwana bethu kuba nikukhalwa ngani kuthiwa nizi-slow learners singonozala isitsho kabuhlungu loo nto kuba siyayazi into okokubana sizalwe nengqondo nengqiqo ebalulekileyo engamandla neze nento ezininzi ebantwini abamnyama nakwizizwe zaphuma izizwe zazofunda apha zazawugqiba zayisithengisela imfundo yethu now ndiyanibuza kakhona niyayiqonda na ukubaluleka kwenu kule ncoko yanamhlanje kuba xa kuthiwa nisi-slow learner isuka kule nto into yokuba xa ufundiswe eklasini uphathelwe incwadi yesiNgesi le tishara funeka ayiguqule laa ncwadi yesiNgesi ayifundise isisiNgesi akufundisa amane kufakela isiXhosa wena uthathe ngoguqula umane ujikajikana nesiNgesi usisa kwisiXhosa uthi phambi koba ubuze umbuzo funeka uphinde uguqule isiXhosa sakho uyosifaka kwisiNgesi phambi koba uphakamisa isandla kuthiwe usisi-slow learner ke ngoku now sizamana ke nento kokuba sihle lapha njena sifumane indlela yoba nisixabise isiXhosa sako wenu uqiniseke ngaso de uphume esikolweni sikwazi ukusimela okanye nelunye uhlanga nesisuthu nokunjalo kwindawo yaso kodwa sininike an economic power efanayo now ndicela ugqitha apho ningayinambitha lento nize neempendulo ndicela ubuza ke kubaphathi nabantu bemfundo ingakanani na i-investment that you have put aside for this journey because I feel into yoba the failure in practicing this is in how much investment is in there to encourage a vernacular teacher to speak vernacular in class fully, because that teacher is doing double time, presenting in English as well as in presenting in an African language, and that is costly. Yet it takes away the time and it doesn't invest in the question paper that comes out at the end of the day. And that question paper, all of that speaks to the economic power.
Let's conclude, my sister.
Yes, I'm trying to conclude. I'm coming to the practicalities now, where now that child does not feel can contest economically at the end of the day. So where does the education invest and commit to translate that policy to something practical?
All right, thank you. Let's have one last input, just
Sorry.
one last, and then we'll have our...
Sorry, we have a grade 8 learner who's been waiting the whole day. Please.
All right, make it 30 seconds, please.
Afternoon, my name is Tyler. I attend Malibu High School. My question for today is, what challenges do families face in preserving their home language in multilingual societies?
Thank you, nice and sweet. You heard the question? Okay. Go ahead, sister. Last input.
Thank you. I would like to take questions from online so that they don't feel neglected and the panel will assist us in responding. There is a question here by Amanda Kuma. What is that strategy of enabling our languages to be recognized in big platforms? Everyone needs to learn more than one language so this can flow. The second question is, what have been the biggest policy challenges and enablers in implementing MTBBE effectively at scale? How can governments balance national languages with local linguistic? But I think also it links, Prof, to the question that we've heard the discussions, the responses. It is all about pointing what is the challenge and what is it that could help. But we haven't heard what is it, how can the bridge between DBE and DHEAD in terms of ensuring the implementation of this as part of the system in terms of systemic change, ensuring that it does not become a barrier, but it becomes a bridge to cross over. So the question for me that I'm interested on, especially to our panelists, is how do we build that bridge, number one? And tomorrow morning or this evening, if we go into the news, what could be the headline that would like to see as the people who are here, maybe starting by saying, bridging the education divide.
Thank you.
And if maybe they can assist with that.
All right, thank you. So we have two panelists who have not spoken. The two gentlemen, I think Macintosh and from UCT, and then we'll conclude with you. Go ahead, Macintosh.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
So, I wanted to make.
This is the SRC president of UWC speaking. You better listen.
I wanted to make, I think, two significant contributions. The one from the latter conversation that we had, and the second one, it's in relation to the bridge between DBE and DHET. For a moment, I think I want to speak as someone who did Afrikaans first additional language for 13 years, right? From grade R right until grade 12. And one of the fundamental shifts that I want to begin with as a point of premise is around the introduction of Afrikaans and how it's used and perceived as the language of the oppressor. And one of the questions that I continue to ask myself in relation to the conversation that we are having now, and this is a conversation I also had with some officials, to a point where we couldn't really reach a conclusion. The question is, how has Afrikaans and English reconciled itself in a post-democratic South Africa? We begin to ask ourselves that question over and over again, because the course content that I've received 13 years straight It's not one that is representative of a proud African culture and an identity using Afrikaans. That's also one of the ways that we begin to reimagine reconciliation in South Africa using the course content. The second contribution I wanted to make is a very hard line. And I'm sorry for saying this, but it's true. For so as long as there is some extreme level of institutional autonomy, we will not receive the education around diversity that we want. Particularly, I speak on white universities. If you go to white universities compared to historically black universities, the advancement of language is more defiant there than in black universities. So it's also important that government, and I'm not really sure why is government hesitant to always toe the line with white universities as compared to black universities. Even now, we're having this conversation in a historically black university, a university that opened its doors to colored people who were historically rejected from access to education. What about white institutions? And so far as this exists, there's no policy, there's no documentation, there's no framework within the Department of Higher Education that speaks to the implementation agenda of what DBE is trying to do. And one of the ways you're going to mitigate this is by starting with historically white institutions. Their systems and processes must reflect one that we want to achieve here. Even in employment, even in training documents, even in enrollment. For a grade 12 learner who wants to do BCom in Stellenbosch University or at UCT, must reflect languages that they are proud of. And therefore they can be able to also even apply and further advance their education in those institutions.
Yep. Point well made, but just to indicate, autonomy is one, but accountability still applies. So public universities are still accountable. So what you're saying is not far-fetched, but I must also point out that there are language policies that universities are introducing, and with some initiatives that are actually quite bold. Okay, go ahead. Lubasi?
Yes. I would just like to make two contributions as well. The first contribution is just to touch on to what the professor said and the lady to my right said about seeing English as the dominant language. It has been long since we've stated that English has been seen as the language of success and there's priorities towards English. However, I would like to say success is not based upon language. Success is based on how you understand and express ideas. And in so doing, it's been said that it's easier to understand and express your ideas if you learn first in your mother tongue. Furthermore, through studies have shown that in the couple years ago, 2023, 2024, MTBBE learners have actually performed better than English-only learners, specifically in subjects like science and technology and mathematics. We had a 78% pass rate in science and technology as compared to 50% from the English-only learners. My second contribution would be to answer one of the second question that Madam asked about the challenges. And through the research I've done, I did notice challenges in the classrooms experienced by the teachers. They have to do manual translations, either using PDFs or dictionaries. And if they have to use technology, it has to be, they've been using Google Translate. And we all know Google Translate has not been as efficient, especially with the 11 languages in South Africa, including sign language. So I do recommend that if these challenges are solved and we find an efficient way for teachers to give mother tongue-based education better, it would scale, this policy would scale highly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's give them a round of applause as we are closing this session. We have touched on very important points. Language is not just a tool for learning, it's a bridge to identity, culture, and social justice. Policy must move From rhetoric to real, tangible change in classrooms and communities, teachers at the heart of implementation, their training, resources, and support are critical. Youth perspectives matter. They are not just learners, but change makers in shaping language futures. Technology can expand access, but must be inclusive and locally relevant. And lastly, collaboration is key between basic and higher education, but also taking our partners along with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May you rise as they acknowledge you before we move.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you to the panelists. I hope you got something out of that conversation that you can take home with you and believe that this is possible, that we can prioritize all languages in South Africa. So we are getting to the end of proceedings. I would like to invite someone who will do a closing. Professor Russell Kachula, I hope I pronounce kahle isurname yakho. Prof. Kachula is in the Department of African Language Studies at the University of the Western Cape, where he is the postgraduate coordinator. He also holds the newly established chair in forensic linguistics and multilingualism. I will ask you to please just bear with us a little bit. Just quiet. Siyavalelisa ngoku. Sizothi bye-bye just now. If you can let the prof give us some closing remarks, please.
Molweni. Goeiemiddag, good afternoon. Igama lam ndinguNjingalwazi Kashula. Ndiyavuya kakhulu ukuba besinalo elithuba namhlanje apho besixoxa apho besixoxa ngokusebenzisa iilwimi zethu ngendlela efanelekileyo ezikolweni zethu nakwiiyunivesithi zethu apha eMzantsi Afrika. Mna ke bafundi bam ndakhulela emaphandleni kufuphi eNgcobo naseCala. Kwindawo ekuthiwa kuseMgwalana emaqwathini, oodikela, oononi, ontswayibane. Ndingathi ke mhlawumbi ndingumqwathi omhlophe ke ibala lam niyalibona. Kodwa ndicinga ukuba kunyanzelekile sonke apha eMzantsi Afrika sithethe iilwimi ezohlukeneyo. And I've always said in my writings that a multilingual citizen is a better citizen apha eMzantsi Afrika. Besizawuvana ngendlela efanelekileyo ukuba sonke besithetha iilwimi zesintu, noba ungumntu ofana njengam. And I think it's so important to use multilingualism in South Africa as a strength. And I think that's what came out of our deliberations today, that multilingualism is a strength. It's a resource. Esinokwazi uyisebenzisa ezikolweni zethu. What else? Andisukwazi uyishwankathela yonke le nto ibithethwa apha namhlanje. Enye into bafundi bam, ndicinga ukuba sonke sidiniwe ngoku. But just to pick up on one point, there's a need for higher education and basic education to form a strong relationship. Apha kule university yethu, apha e-UWC ngoku, siqalise i-center, it's called CALT, the Center for African Language Teaching. We also have the Center for Multilingualism and Diversity Studies. And we need to be training teachers about multilingual pedagogies. I think that point has been made. And I just want us to think as well, why are we calling this mother tongue-based bilingual education? Because as klasini zethu uzawufumanisa ukuba kukho abafundi abohlukeneyo phaa abathetha iilwimi ezininzi. We should perhaps think about calling it mother tongue-based multilingual education. Otherwise, mhlawumbi sawuphinde sisifake ebhokisini, uyabona? And box ourselves into bilingual means 2 languages. Multilingual means many languages. Ukuba singakwazi ubuyela emva ke ngoku siye kumgaqo siseko walapha eMzantsi Afrika. Kubhaliwe phaya that we have 12 official languages. And mhlawumbi nathi singabantu abahlala apha eMzantsi Afrika kufuneke siphindele sibuyele kula mgaqo siseko sijonge ukuba kubhalwe ntoni phaya, because there are many varieties of languages. Isibhaca, isimpondo, Kelobedu, I don't know, there's so many different varieties that are not recognized officially. So we should have a much more generic constitutional statement that recognizes language variety rather than specific languages as a point of departure, and that might also encourage us to see multilingualism in a different way. But let me just say, in 1976 on this day, bendingumfundi mna esikolweni eKomani. Ndafundiswa ngeAfrikaans, and I'd never heard Afrikaans before, because phaya emaphandleni besithetha isiXhosa. isiXhosa abazali bam nabo bebesiva isiXhosa bandiphendule ngesingesi. Ndakhula ke ngoku ndithetha isiXhosa nesingesi. And then because of apartheid, I found myself apho ke ngoku esikolweni sabantwana bamhlophe. Kodwa bebengama-Afrikaner ke befundiswa ngeAfrikaans. So I found myself having to learn in a language that I didn't understand. And that sensitized me into lento yenzekayo ezikolweni zethu namhlanje. Iyafana. Because ufika esikolweni ufundiswe ngesingesi ulwimi mhlawumbi that you don't understand. Uyabona? And inengxaki ezininzi lonto. So in closing, I just want to thank Dr. Mbude Mehana. Dr. Mbude mandithi wafunda phansi kwam, ngumfundi wam lona. Isidanga sakhe sobugqirha wasifumana phansi kwam. And I'm so proud of Dr. Mbude. Yazi ndafundiswa njengalwazi Neville Alexander e-UCT ngela xesha. And that was in the 80s and 90s, and we were talking about mother tongue-based bilingual education till today, or 2025. So we're very excited that you are rolling this program out with the minister, and we are very grateful that it's coming to fruition, because we believe that education is about cognition and knowledge, and it's been said today that you think and understand things best in the language you understand best. And ordinarily that is your mother tongue. Leyo ke ayithethi ukuthi mhlawumbi isingesi awuzusifumana, because isingesi singafundiswa njengesifundo. Uyabona? Usifunde. But i-content yakho, ye-subjects ifundiswe ngolwimi lwakho. So, and it's possible for these languages. I think we should think about a box. Sinebhokisi phaa eklasini. Utitshala ke uzawuvela ahole kulaa bhokisi iilwimi ezi ekufuneka zisebenzise kwixesha elithile. So you can bring out, as part of trans-languaging, the languages that are important in that context. Language planning should be contextually driven. It shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all like we have at phantsi komgaqo siseko wethu, because we are so different as society. that making up South Africa. Hayi ke, ukuba bendingasithethi isiXhosa mna, bendingazuba ngulo mntu endinguye. Mandiyeke apho ke. And I would just like to finally thank CMDR and African Language Studies, Dr. Mokapela, Professor Quentin Williams, and everybody who's contributed to organizing this event with the help of the Department of Basic Education and Dr. Mbude. Ningadinwa nangomso, enkosi.
Betuna, diabulela prof. Kutishara wam lo betunan. That's my teacher. I just wanted to do this on behalf of the Department of Education. There are 4 things esiphuma nazo. Eyokuqala, that question that was asked initially about why students are moving from Khayelitsha to other areas, it is because they are South African, they can move anywhere. We must not allow ourselves to use mother tongue-based bilingual education program to exclude others because this one comes from this area and that one. It is worrying to see, and for young people, I'm very happy that we say these things to each other so that we can correct one another. Anywhere where you are in this country, you have a right to move anywhere. And it is that school where you move to that has to ensure that wherever you are, you receive education in languages that reflect this school and who is in this school. Because if we start with that, ukuba lo usuke Khayelitsha, lo usuke Mitchells Plain, we are going to be dividing schools. So I want to make it very clear. I've been in school visits this week, and this question comes up all the time, that the Department of Education says, mother tongue education, therefore go away from this school. It is not true. Niyangxola pha ngasemva abantu yakwethu. Ndicela ngolu hlobo. There is a difference between mother tongue education and mother tongue based bilingual education. And Prof, the bilingualism you are talking about means more than 2 languages. It does not limit us to only 2 languages. If we have to change to say multilingual, people must just understand that we mean more than 2. So as a food, we do not want, because it is Mitchells Plain, you only operate in Afrikaans, therefore anybody else must go there. Or because you are in Khayelitsha, you can't make sure that if there are Abesutu in the area, you include. We want our schools to be multilingual centers. Once we start looking at people, city, you are coming from Khayelitsha, why don't you go to Khayelitsha? That is destroying what these students in 1976 fought for. Masiyeke loo nto. So we must start moving away from the color, looking at who you are before we accept you. If there's a space esikolweni, that school has a responsibility to take that. So in terms of the next step, on behalf of the Department of Basic Education, mother tongue-based bilingual education is not a way to exclude those students who don't speak the language in that area. It is an opportunity to ensure that we make all our schools multilingual, not keep the schools for particular people because they are in a certain area. We were divided in the past. We can't remain with those divisions in 2025. Number 2, colleagues, there was also a question raised about the teachers. The fact that this is a double burden for educators and the investment, how much are we investing? I was very happy when the teacher on the panel said, siyayenza singotishala. Kudala siyenza, siqala uyenza. We've been doing this. So thinking that this adds a burden to educators, please, colleagues, let's just understand. But the burden that is added is the materials. Because in the past, teachers were doing it surreptitiously. Bayazisebenzisa nje. But now that they have to extend it to assessment, that is the role and responsibility of the department to reduce the burden on educators. And this is what the national department must do, the provincial department must do, and all government. And that is what we are moving and have started to do for educators. So we are investing on that. The pace at which we invest is what is a problem, because we all know that South Africa is growing at a rate of 1%. There is not enough growth in terms of the economics of this country. But we are going to get there because we've started that process. The last one is, the next step for the department is to ensure that these discussions happen everywhere. This is not an event that must end here today. The next step is ensuring that universities, which is a very important question that somebody raised, what is the bridge between basic and higher education? I'm glad, Prof. Eli, that we understand that it is universities that have been slow in terms of transformation. Transformation, and this is why parents are worrying, where will children go tomorrow? So it's very important that there is a program that the Minister of Basic Education and the Minister of Higher Education have started, where we are talking to one another about this transformation and what we need. So there are various COPs that we are presenting to, various programs, esinazo, because we need to start to ensure that universities understand that it is them that produce educators. Tina, we take a product. So there's a misalignment between supply and demand, higher education and basic education. And these kind of partnerships, sesiqalile kuba abantwana ngomso funeka xa befike UCT bathathu ngoku befunde ngesiXhosa ekhaya elitsha. And that is what must happen. Lastly, we already started in the Eastern Cape, as one of the panelists was saying, with this program way back in 2012. And Eastern Cape is the only province in the country that has multilingual grade 12 trial examinations in 6 subjects. So we want that to be replicated in the entire country. Ukwenze ba xa ufumana question paper, Xhosa ngapha, English ngapha. Uba uva ngapha, uve ngapha. Apho siya khona, siya apho. Siyavana bethuna? So we would like to thank everyone, and the ideas that you have, please forward them to the coordinators, because we want to keep the conversation going. Enkosi kakhulu, siyabulela.
Thank you, Dorotel. I was just inspired to look up what the word Naledi means. In my language, isiZulu, it means inkanyezi. In isiXhosa, it means inkwenkwezi. Ukube ngiyakwazi ukucula ngabe ngiyacula, because I think there's a song. But you are a star, Siswami, you are a star. You are leading us. Thank you so much. So just to wrap up, to thank again all the partners that got us here, from UWC to DBE, to all the literacy organizations that have come together today. I think this will inspire us to work together in the future and collaborate more and learn from what is happening at DBE. So I started this event by announcing breakfast and people were excited. So I'm going to end it by announcing lunch. So Listen carefully. Ngicela nilalele. Mamelani. I-lunch is a student center. Sizonyuka ama steps, city left. Kukhona ama-asha phaya azonibonisa ukuthi kiwaphi. Young people who need to get on a bus, please grab your lunch pack and get on the bus. Okay, ningalali apha UWC ngoba nishiwe ibus. Okay. And then, labe besiqalisele nabo in that holding room, there is lunch there as well.